question.
Yes, Chair.
Do you have another question?
No, that's a question,
You don't
Chair.
need to refer to people anywhere else in Malawi, because the people should never be a scapegoat of this house. Let's use.
That's why we're here. No.
Let's
Chair.
use.
Chair.
We are in the committee.
Yes.
You have asked.
Okay. What I want to know the minister. I want to know through the Minister of Finance.
Please.
What is happening at state residences that at this time we can add 22 billion.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Second Deputy Speaker, I think it's very important that it's good, or the chair. Actually, it's very important that the honourable members ask that question, because Malawians have to know the truth. Mr. Chairperson, I want to tell Malawians that the 67 billion that was allocated to state residences was finished in 5 months. And in addition to that, they also borrowed more. And Mr. Chairperson, what has happened in Malawi, it has never happened. Actually, it is criminal. If you go to State House today, if you go to the State House today, you'll find TVs have broken, chairs have been broken, wallpaper has been removed, to the extent of putting feces in the State House. Putting feces.
Order. Order, no members. Order. Order, no members. Order. Order to my right.
Mr. Chairperson,
Order to my right. Honour Minister, can I provide guidance? Honour Minister, please resume your seat so I can provide guidance. Honour members.
I want to explain and so that you understand better.
Honour Minister, honour members, allow me to provide guidance on the same. If we ask a question and quote a specific vote and a specific page and amount, the Honourable Minister, as every other minister, they have to give background information. They are actually allowed to explain what has happened. For them to give Malawians, we only here representing Malawians. If the honourable member wants an extra question, a time will be allocated for that. Honour Minister, please.
In short, Mr. Chairperson, what I want to say, in response to the question, is that we are spending this additional 20 billion to take care of the reckless expenditure that happened at the State House, and also the damage that the staff at the State House had made. That's why we have that amount. It's there.
Thank you very much. Honour member, why are you raising? Why are you raising?
My question hasn't been fully covered. That's why I have stand, because I have responded to my question.
Honour
because
member.
I'm not doing it, I'm referring to the document. That's why I want a clear, because the Honourable Minister says the extra 22 billion covers in procurement of TVs and everything. We haven't done the assessment. He's yet to furnish this house with that report which he promised. Now we want to understand, so that we are back, when we come time to audit, we are providing our oversight law. We know where to go. So can the minister tell this house, all of the said Malawians, that this money is for TV, wallpaper?
Your point has been heard, honourable member. members, can I guide the House? Order. Whip opposition, please, order. Honourable members, let me guide the House. If an honourable member has a question that needs clarification, there are microphones here that were meant for us. We cannot continue to speak while seated. I will not tolerate us making comments while seated. Let's rise and critique the budget. So a question has come from Deza Kasina, and it's a correspondence between Deza Kasina and the Honourable Minister of Finance. There's no need for all of us to participate in that debate. If you have a question, come and rise. I will recognize you. And specifically, I was addressing you, whip your position. Let's follow the decorum of this House. If you have anything to add, please rise and add. Thank you. Honourable Minister, do you have any clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to the honourable member this question. I'm sure it has been in this August House. This is a mid-year budget. There are certain documents that are not prepared. At the end of the fiscal year, I think they will prepare the document number 5, which itemizes all that. So that will be brought to the August House to give you specific details. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, yes, I agree, we need to provide that information, or provide that information at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, if no one wishes to speak, I now pose a question that the approved provision of 67,322,957,789 billion on vote 050 state residents be revised to 89,961,685,806 billion and stand part of the revised current and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it and the vote has passed. Vote 060, National Audit Office. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 7,579,384,700 on vote 060 National Audit Office be revised to 8,559,642,405 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I now put a question that the approved provisions of 7,579,384,700 on vote 060 National Audit Office be revised to 8,559,642,405 and stand part of the revised current and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it and the vote has passed. Vote 070, Office of the Chief Justice. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 32,590,183,326 on vote 070, Office of the Chief Justice be revised to 36,364,195,477 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see Deza Kasina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring to the same document, and it's page 45, the first column. I don't know. I want to understand. This is the most important office. Everyone agree, and we know the Office of Chief Justice. I think there are 2 office holders, but the whole vote, if you look, the significant number is on personal emolument, and it has risen 4 billion 63,040,094. I'd like to get a clarification from the Minister of Finance. 4 billion in the Office of Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honour Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think the increase in the vote 7070, Office of the Chief Justice, I think increased one, starting with the personal, by 4 billion, 63 million, 940 and 94. The reason is, I think this has taken into account the salaries and wages based on the borders on the ground, the number of people that are there, and this has taken into account that. It is possible that maybe they have increased the number of people. And also on the same, just to clarify further, I think there has also been, I think, a slight reduction on the ORT. The reduction is on account of a 30% budget cut on travel and freeze on the procurement of motor vehicles, like the entire. I think we have proposed for the entire public service as well as civil service. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Do you want to add any, or you're good? Thank you, Honour Minister. If no one wishes to speak, I now put the question that the approved provisions of 32,590,183,326 on vote 070, Office of the Chief Justice, be revised to 36,364,195,477 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say yes. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 070, Supreme Court of Appeal. Honour Minister. Apologies, 071.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 1,230,313,740 on vote 071 Supreme Court of Appeal be revised from 1 billion to 1,177,313,740 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see Desakasina.
Chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Desakasina. You seem to have read the document so well.
Page 45. Quoting the minister's statement when he was presenting the media budget, when he was concluding today, and even the responses from other votes. Almost every vote has increased. But this is only one of the very few votes which, instead of increasing, it has decreased. When we know that there's a lot of cases at the Supreme Court. In fact, they have increased with 5 billion. So I want to understand, because there are a lot of cases at Supreme Court of Appeal. Is the money enough to clear the backlog of the cases at Supreme Court of Appeal?
Thank you. Honour Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I want the owner of the question, to listen. You have asked me a question, you want me to respond. I think the reduction on vote 071, there's a reduction of 53 million kwacha. This is on account of the 30% budget cut on travel. is on that particular yen. The rest has remained unchanged. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honour members, and I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 1,230,313,740 on vote 071 Supreme Court of Appeal be revised to 1,177,313,740 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion has passed, and the motion has passed, and the vote has passed. Vote 072, High Court of Malawi and subordinate courts. Honour Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 9,243,571,797 on vote 072 High Court of Malawi and subordinate courts be revised to 8,709,591,797 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimate.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 9,243,591,797 on vote 072 High Court of Malawi and subordinate courts be revised to 8,709,591,797 and stand part of the revised current estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion has passed and the vote has passed. Vote 080, National Assembly. Honour Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 57,884,168,572 on vote 080 National Assembly be revised to 58,744,168,572 and start part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, there's a casino.
Chair, this one, I expect everyone to be quiet on this one. Chair, I'll take you to budget documents, the same document I'm referring to, page 47. No, in fact, page 46. Important votes going to an arm of government which provide oversight has been considered with 948 million kwacha. But we expect all committees to provide oversight and do their job. Looking at that, the last quarter, the committees didn't meet. Now I'm afraid, will the committees be able to provide oversight with only 940 million kwacha? The revised figures, 940 million kwacha only going to the National Assembly when we know that the members on the forum, they are busy asking for so other important things and they can be taken care of in this vote of 940 million kwacha, which has only been increased. And we were only 229. Then the budget was passing when we were 193. Now we are 225. Now the 940 million considered as an increase. Is it enough? Mr. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Deza Gasina. Honour Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I want to clarify that the 940. I want to clarify that the 940 million only covers almost like 3 months. Between now, I think, and I'm sure even now we will be going to Christmas. So it's basically January, February, and March. So if you can extrapolate that for a whole year, you'll see that even the amounts are quite huge. I hope you will be able to understand. It's for that small period that is being covered by this. Thank you.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the of 57,804,168,572 on vote 080, National Assembly be revised to 58,744,168,572 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, and the motion has passed, and the vote has passed. Vote 08, Office of the Director of Public Officers Declaration. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 1,649,502,288 on vote 081, Office of the Director of Public Officers be revised to 1,551,407,530 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 1,649,502,288 on vote 081, Office of the Director of Public Officers Declaration be revised to 1,551,407,530 and stand part of the recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion has passed, and the vote has passed. Vote 082, Independent Complaints Commission. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 1,441,276,029 on vote 082 Independent Complaints Commission be revised to 1,490,789,232 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 1,441,276,029 on vote 082 Independent Complaints Commission be revised to 1,490,799,232 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 090, Office of the President and Cabinet. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 56,315,658,471 on vote 090, Office of the President and Cabinet be revised to 49 billion and 69,270,339 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provisions of 56 billion. There's a casino.
Thank you, Chair. Under this vote, I've noted that there's an increase of 6 billion, 889 million, 174,153 on ORT and the Office of the Presidency. So I want to understand through the Minister of Finance why this increase, or is it because there is a new office now created under the Office of Second Vice President? Is it catering in this vote? So I would like to understand from the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the honourable member for asking that question. But first of all, I would like Malawians to know that there's a reduction, overall reduction in this particular vote, unlike what was happening before, which shows that this government is serious, and it starts with the office of the president. If you check, I think in the increase, indeed there is an increase. There's an increase in that vote. One, I think the increase is basically to provide the salaries. Of course, this is on personal emoluments, to provide the salaries based on the borders. I hope the honourable member is aware that we have the office of the second vice president, which was not there. We also have the office of the Minister of State. So that particular budget line is because of that provision for that particular, to take into account the number of people. But the rest of the votes, I think they have come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair. I think I was following the Honourable Minister quite well. The personal emoluments which we are talking about, it's 1,196,955,951. The 6.8 billion is below that figure, which is under ORT. So I wanted to understand, is this 6.8 billion also just catering the two ministries, one ministry, Minister of State, and the Office of Second Vice President? I wanted his pronouncement on that one, not on the personal emoluments. That one I had seen it, it's 1.1 billion.
Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. Maybe let me provide more details on that. I think on the personal emoluments, indeed, there's an increase of 1,196,955,951. This is to provide salaries on the borders on the ground, the number of people that are in the offices that I've mentioned. But then on the other recurrent transaction, there's an increase of 6,889,174,153. This is now what is catering, well, this is ORT, the day-to-day operations of those three offices I've mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 56,315,658,471 on vote 090, Office of the President and Cabinet be revised to 49,069,270,339 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 091, National Intelligence Service. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 9,384,904,694 on vote 091, National Intelligence Services, be revised to 19,263,165,459 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the honourable member for Mulanje West.
Thank you so much, the right honourable, the chair. On this bill, on this budget line of the national intelligence, 19 billion, is it enough? We are looking forward for the increment of this bill because it's so important for the NIS, knowing that we are in the period where we are working with the Minister of Justice, and these are the people who are going to work and to see where the black box is, and they are the people who can work with the dogs as well, who can support them and tell us where the black box, and then we can know a lot from these people. And if they are going to add a lot of money on this budget line, there are the people who can go flat out across the country and find out what happened. Thanks so much, Right Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I want to assure the Honourable Member from Mulanje West that we have been assured by the National Intelligence Services that they will be able to deal with all the cases, including the issue of the black box, using the resource that they have. And I also want to assure this August House that where necessary, I still repeat, where necessary, we'll provide more resources, that those people that have also embezzled government money, they need to take it to book. Not because of witch hunting, it's not witch hunting, but those that have crossed the red line, the law should take its course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 19 billion 384 904 694 on vote 091 National Intelligence Service be revised to 19 billion 263 165 459 and stand part of the revised current and development express. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 092, National Intelligence Service Complaints Tribunal. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 415,104,000 on vote 092 National Intelligence Service Complaints Tribunal be revised to 717,806,877 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see honourable member from Zimba South.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairperson, I just want to find out from the Minister of Finance. I understand that tribunal it works as a support service. They are not actually on the ground. So I just wanted to find out why there is an increase of almost 80% plus. The previous budget was about 415, and right now we are talking about 717. Do we have specific project which the tribunal is going to do since their service is just support service? Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think the increase is on account of we are separating the tribunal from the national intelligence, as it's supposed to be. So this is a new institution whose salaries initially was being paid under National Intelligence Services, but now it will be a standalone vote with its own staff, its own administrative costs. Hence, the increase of 335,792,877. I beg to move.
You want to speak? Yeah, please.
Chairperson, based on his answer, he's talking about the National Intelligence Service, which its budget has not changed. From 19, we were giving against another 19, the same amount. Now we're saying the salaries that were under national intelligence are the ones that are coming to the tribunal. Can the Minister of Finance clarify better? Because we could have seen a figure in the national intelligence unit itself being higher and then being decreased so that at least the tribunal can have an increase. In this case, it's not happening like that. That's why I'm asking, say, why should you increase the tribunal with almost 80% of the actual budget that we had allocated on the budget previous sitting? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think I would want the honourable member to understand this, that actually this vote should have gone up for the very reasons that the honourable member from Mulanje West, because of additional work that we need to do, more work, more investigation that this is supposed to do. It should have increased. What we have done is make sure that it remains the same so that we have more resources and create another amount for and vote for the tribunal, which is separate. Ordinarily, it should have increased, but it has not increased because we have taken into account the amount that was supposed to be used by the tribunal to be part of NIS. It should have gone up. That's what I'm saying. It should have gone up. That's what I think the honourable member was saying. Why has it not gone up? It has not gone up because a portion of it has been separated from the main vote.
Thank you. If no one wishes to speak, I see the honourable member for Lilongwe Mpenu. Lilongwe Mpenu, you have the floor.
Chair, the Minister of Finance keeps making reference to some work to be done by the tribunal vis-a-vis what Mulanje was making reference to. And yet we all know here that we are waiting for a report from the Minister of Justice. Is he indirectly giving a report to this House that the Minister of Justice is giving us this report? Because he keeps making reference to that. So I just wanted to understand. With what? I have nothing to fear.
Honourable Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, you agree with me that in the Committee of Supplies, we talk about figures. I don't think it is my responsibility to be giving explanation. What I've given you are the reasons for the figure, the increase in the figures, but whether or not the issue of what the honourable members raised, whether it will come to the floor, I will leave it to the responsible minister, and that's Minister of Justice. But I can only speak to the figures as the Committee of Supplies. I can't answer some of the questions.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 415,104,000 on vote 092 National Intelligence Service Complaints Tribunal be revised to 717,896,877 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 093, Department of Human Resource Management and Development. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 195,426,773,436 on vote 093, Department of Human Resources Management and Development be revised to 11,836,289,480 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates.
I see the honourable member for Mzimba South and Dezagasina. In that order, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairperson, if you look at the figures, see, the actual budget they allocated is 195, and then it has been decreased to just 11, which is about 90%. And this is the Department of Human Resource, where the whole recruitment is being done. I just wanted the Minister of Finance to come out very clear that you can reduce the budget line for that department by 90% during budget review. Can the Minister of Finance explain better in detail why that 90% decrease on this department? Thank you. Talk figures, Magosana, talk figures.
Chair, Chair, mine is just an extension to that, because this is a very critical department in as far as civil service is concerned, because they're the ones who do recruitment. And we are still training people. They are nurses, teachers, and everyone. And even promotion of civil servants, it passes through this DHMD. But now we have 183 billion, 590 million, 483, 956 kwaja, which has been taken away from the budget. I want to understand from the minister. Is it these people who are busy seconding these people who are terminating contracts? That's the reason?
Thank you. I was tempted to respond, but I'm not the Minister of Finance. So, Honourable Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I know the honourable member was a civil servant, and I'm sure she should be familiar in terms of funding for human resources happens. The amount that was approved initially, I need you to understand this. It was very important.
Can we listen from the honourable minister? It is actually a very important point for all of us to understand as an oversight.
Once the budget is approved, I think all the resources for human resources in all departments, it goes to human resources department. But as the year goes, resources are now deployed to various departments. So this reduction of 87 is on this vote, but other votes have increased because now allocations are being made. We are transferring the money from DHRMD to Human Resources Department in other ministries or MDS. That's what has happened. So it's not a reduction per se, but transfers to other human resources in the departments and ministries.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance. Mzimba South, you still want to understand something?
Yeah, Chairperson, just a clarity because you said he has transferred to other ministries. Can you be clear? Because this is a huge amount, Mr. Chairperson. We're talking of 195 to just 11. Does he have specific departments which he can highlight to say, yes, there is this an increase from the DHMRD? Thank you so much.
Honourable member, thank you very much. Honourable member's order. The honourable member wants to understand. Honourable member, I wish the chair for budget committee was in the house. He could have agreed so quick with the honourable minister. At the beginning of every financial year, we allocate all human resource finances to this department. So now all have moved. I am clarifying what the traditions of this house. For an honourable member to follow these figures, you need to follow them. Let me give guidance, honourable members. You need to follow them as you are questioning these figures from this department. Can you follow the booklet that you are following on all personal emoluments for the other departments and ministries? It will correlate to what the minister is explaining. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. As I've answered, I think the previous question from honourable member, I think what you are asking for is details. As I've said, this is just a midterm. There will be a supplementary. As we all know, there will be specific document number 5, where those transfers will be detailed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 195,426,773,436 on vote 093, Department of Human Resource Management and Development, be revised to 11,836,289,480 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 097, Civil Service Commission. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Chairperson, I want to move that the approved provision of 1,437,710,508 on vote 097 Civil Service Commission be revised to 1,425,805,610 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provision of 1,437,710,508 on vote 097 Civil Service Commission be revised to 1,425,895,610 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 100, Ministry of Defense. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 5,758,802,591 on vote 100, Minister of Defense, be revised to 5,792,443 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provision of 5,758,822,391 on vote 100, Minister of Defense, be revised to 5,720,092,443 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 101, Malawi Defense Force. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 271,552,220,591 on vote 101 or 101, Malawi Defense Force, be revised to 301,409,137,079 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 271,552,220,591 on vote 101, Malawi Defense Force, be revised to 301,409,137,079 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Honourable members, we are in committee stage of the budget, and we will not be breaking for a half a break, as traditions of this House. We are continuing. Those that feel like they need to attend to phone calls from the constituency, we can just stand outside and do that and come back as soon as we can. I'm told the health issues also are being taken care in the various offices that they are taken care for. We continue to vote 120, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 32,691,642,538 on vote 120, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, be revised to 24,139,925,834 stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I see the honourable member for Deza Kasina and the honourable member from Zimba South. In that order, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Page 50. Locally funded projects 2. I've noted that there is a reduction of 1,544,598. So I would like to, I know he had already explained in other, during the other votes that the document 5 will come during the main budget where it have a detailed itemized thing. I want to understand which projects, because I'm afraid we have there's a loop road which was being funded under this vote. There's a Boma Road. So, but this reduction of 1.5 billion under locally funded projects. Can the minister pronounce himself on that? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Zimba South.
Chairperson, I'm also worried. This minister is quite key in the development of the guidelines for the 5 billion CDF project. And I was expecting that this ministry, we don't need to reduce any money, because it was allocated 32, and now you are coming to 24, which is a very huge decrease. About 10 billion is gone. Was we know very sure that in the next 2 to 3 months, they need to run up and down to ensure that the 5 million CDF guidelines are in place, so that when you are coming for budget 2026, 2027, we should have those guidelines in place. At the same time, they'll be financing the CDF bill. So can the Ministry of Finance come out very clear on why this local government minister, which is very key in our operation, should be reduced like this? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the question coming from Deza. Is it Deza Kasina? I think he's asking why there's a reduction on the locally funded projects by the amount of 1,534,000 and 44,598. I would like the honourable member to know that the reduction is on account of projects under the Department of Culture that has now moved to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. It's not to do with what, it's not about projects. Now, coming to the question from honourable member from, is it in Zimba South? I want to assure the honourable member that the 5 billion is there. As you know, that Professor Tapita Mutharika promises what he can deliver, and he delivers what he promises. Our president in the SONA confirmed in this house that the 5 billion will start for 1st April. For 1st April. And I want to assure you that it will be there, and the resources are available. We have sourced it, and I want to assure the August House that you will get your 5 billion, as promised. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put the, if no one wishes to speak, I therefore put the question that they approved.
Chair.
I see the honourable member for Zingwangwa.
Soji.
Zingwangwa, Soji Zingwangwa. Is that how you pronounce it?
No, Blantyre Soji Zingwangwa constituency.
Blantyre Cites Soji Zingwangwa constituency.
Yes.
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As much as some elements of the local government are misbehaving, the city councils, but out of interest, through you, Chair, I would love an explanation from the Minister of Finance, the reduction of 1.5 billion on locally funded projects. Just the reasoning behind, because in my mind, what's coming to my mind on locally funded projects, these are bridges, roads, probably, yeah, so why a reduction? I think that's key. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, for your answer to that.
I thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I thought I've clarified. The 1.5 billion was an allocation to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. But because of the new designation, that element has been moved to the sports. So that amount of 1.5 has gone to youth and sports. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Member, your microphone, please. Zingwangwa constituency, your microphone. Thank you. I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 32 billion 691 642 538 on vote 120, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development be revised to 24 billion 139 925 834, stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. We now go to vote 121. National Local Government Finance Committee. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 21,256,076 kwacha on vote 121, National Local Government Finance Committee be revised to 13,462 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I will now, you just have to switch now. I started from here, I will now start from you. Honourable Mzimba South. Mzimba South.
Through you,
Yeah,
Honourable Chairperson.
Is a clarification coming in from the Honourable Minister?
I want to say that the increase there is to do with free primary school. Remember, we promised that we'll deliver, and it starts 1st January. So for the first term, it's third term or fourth term? Third term, which starts from January to March. That's the amount that we are going to pay for the free primary and secondary school education. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Chairperson, I'm happy that the minister has tackled one question, but the most critical question I had is that the demarcation process resulted into creation of 36 constituencies, which they deserve the Constituency Development Fund. And in the budget of 2025-2026, we did not include those 36 constituencies. I wanted the Minister of Finance to come out very clear because their money is not here. So where are we going to get money so that these created constituencies, 36, they should have their CDF in the next year, because it's from September to March, which is 8 months. They need to have their money for development, and they need to, the ADCs have to use them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable member for the Zakasina.
Chair, I will not.
Was that the Lilongwe Nyanja rising? Okay. The Zakasina, please.
Chair, thank you. The other one has already tackled on the CDF one because it's not here. Thank you. The minister has tackled the increase on the educational sector, which is 5,319. I will not tackle that one. But then I would want to understand the increase of 8.5 billion, which is good, under health sector. But how our castles are managing these funds, because so many times we are hearing that hospitals has no drugs.
Honourable member.
Yes.
Is that question on the same vote?
Yes.
So you're talking about 8 billion. This vote is only
8.5 billion. Page 51, Chair. Health sector, drugs. So the minister has allocated 8.5 billion for drugs. But you find that our castles are not managing these funds, and no one is talking about it. People say government has no drugs when the castles are being funded, but they can't utilize these funds to buy drugs for our people in the constituencies. So I would like to understand from the Minister of Finance, if apart from allocating this, they do track to ensure that these castles are really procuring these drugs. And the second one is that under the same vote, on donor-funded projects, I've seen that there's a reduction of some quite significant funds. I would like to understand from the minister why there's these reductions from the donor-funded projects. Under page 52, Chair, I submit.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I think I need to provide the details on how the money has been allocated in this particular vote. I will start with the education sector. There is an increase of 5,319,463,000. This amount is, as I've said, is for free primary, which I have indicated. And the free primary. We are also covering development fund, which the students pay. That's why the only amount. We are removing the development fund that students pay. We don't want them to be paying that amount. Okay? Secondly, to answer your question, there's also, I think, an increase of 8,500 million. This is for drugs, as I've said. It's for these hospitals, to address the very reason that we have indicated. And also, there's an increase, a decrease of donor-funded projects, part one. There's been an increase, a decrease of 91 billion, 760 million, 286,444. This is as a result of the reduction on account of reduced disbursements of project grants, Malawi Social Support for Livelihood Project. There have been no disbursements. And because of that, actually, it's an issue that we need to address, because this is, I think, the past. We'll make sure that this project is resuscitated, and we'll be discussing with the relevant donor to ensure that this money comes back. Thank you very much.
So you mean Zimba South, where are you raising?
Was raising when they said that 36 additional constituencies that were not budgeted for. Now they're here, members are here. What is going to happen to their money, CDF money for 8 months, September to March 2026? we did not allocate any monies for these new consequences. And here, based on these budgets, these monies are not here. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I want to confirm to the honorable member that indeed the provision for the additional MPs is provided for. Our 220 is already provided for. It's already in the budget. It's the small increase to cater for the additional. That's what has been covered. But again, as I've said, Mr. Chairperson, actually there is a 4 billion that has been allocated for that purpose. That's what my officials are telling me. So they are covered. They are covered. Just speak here. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. If no one wishes to speak, order, honourable members. Order to my left. The honourable minister says he's got all the answers from his head. I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 1,100,256,076 on vote 121, National Local Government Finance Committee be revised to 1,163,879,013,462 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 130. Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 36,504,553,152 on vote 130, Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development be revised to 61,566,217,625 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the honourable member for the Zagasina.
Thank you, Chair. I will refer you to the same document, page 52. I'm surprised that this ministry on personal emoluments, there's no any increase under these votes. But on locally funded projects, the approved amount was 8.4 billion. And here there's an adjustment of 25 billion, 575 million, 664, 473 kwacha. I'd like to know which projects are these, which has necessitated 25 billion. Because people of the Zagasina, with the Ntipe police, even at the Boma, we don't have a police house. So this 25 billion, which is going to Minister of Lands, it's for which project?
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Just to, I think to answer the question, I think the 25,575,664,473 increase is as a result of the local currency bond that was issued to the banks for the construction of the 10,000 houses for the security institutions, the one that we have mentioned. That's why we have had that increase. But you know who should have done it.
Thank you. If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 36,584,533,152 on vote 130, Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development be revised to 61,566,217,625 625 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 180, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved appropriation of 10,421,406,144 on vote 180, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, be revised to 11,946,801,552 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I see the honourable member. For a break, I'll go to that end. What constituency is that?
This is the Lintipe constituency.
There's Lintipe. You have the floor. From there, I will go to Blantyre Zingwangwa Sochi constituency and Lilongwe Nyanja constituency. In that order.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I was looking at the budget, and I was looking at the adjustment. I wish to ask Honorable Minister to consider the adjustment to the Minister of Youth and Sports. Looking at the national statistics, 51% of our population in Malawi comprises of the youth. Yet the amount which has been allocated to the youth, it's very small. Would you please consider giving our Minister of Sports enough monies, because she has a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sochi Zingwangwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think just to echo the sentiments from the member who just spoke. Chair, if we are serious about developing Malawi, then we must pay special interest and invest in young people. So ours is a plea, through you, Chair, to the Minister of Finance. Please, this is not enough to develop Malawi. The youth are the backbone of Malawi, not even doubled, not even tripled. We need more investments in our young people, and we've got an able minister, so please, through you, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Lilongwe Nyanja has withdrawn his question and now yielding to Deza Kasina. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. And just to echo what my brother from Blantyre has said, I feel this is not enough. But also, there was a commitment from the Minister of Finance when he was responding to under vote 120 that the 1.5 billion which has been was allocated to that has been reallocated to the Minister of Sports, Youth and Culture because under Kaja project on locally funded projects under vote 120. But if we go on this page 53, locally funded projects, this vote has been increased with 864 million. When under vote 120, it was 1.5 billion, and the minister says the whole of it has been reallocated to the Minister of Youth and Culture. So I don't know, the figures are not talking to each other, Chair. The minister can want to pronounce himself on that one, because this, if this is the money, where is the money for my mighty Wanderers Stadium? Is this enough, the stadium for Wanderers? You can drive for Bullets, but for Wanderers, because these are this is a team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Mr. Chairperson, I want to agree with the honorable members from Blantyre on the fact that it's the youth now that are a majority. And actually, if we are to develop this economy, it's about the youth. I also want to, I think there's also, the same has been confirmed by there's a Casina. I want to agree with them 100% that indeed that should be the case. But again, we need to take cognizance of the fact that this is a midterm only between now and March. The actual budget, I think we'll be consulting starting from actually January, next, in January. That's where that provision will be made. And also I want to make a reference. I don't know whether you have looked at our manifesto. It's so clear in terms of what we want to do with the youth. We want to see the youth playing a major role in this economy because we know that they are very important. I've already discussed with the Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister of Youth. He's aware exactly what the plan that we have. And I want to assure also the Casina that the stadiums are our product. It is this minister who introduces here that we need those stadiums. Actually, it is the previous government that stopped them. So I want to assure you that those stadiums will be done, and we'll do more. We'll finish the what we call this sports, the aquatic there there in Kawale, as well in the one in the north. I think there's a name to it. Yeah, youth center. All those will be done, and we'll even do more. I want to assure you. The administration of Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika will place most emphasis to the youth as well as the women who have who plays a major role in this economy. I just want to assure you, honorable members, through the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is this, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, for recognizing Lilongwe Nyanja constituency. In reference to what the Honourable Minister of Finance has just assured the House, he said some of these projects shall be completed, but we are in December. We have January, February, March, and April, about four months before we get to the new financial year. How are we going to sort out the existing contractors? Do they have to wait? Now, with the impending devaluation as is being insinuated elsewhere, how are we going to balance our books? Are we going to wait up until April? If it's a loom, my suggestion through you, Chair, let's find something and sort out the existing contractors so that we don't push them out of business because of these things. Because we have one in Mzimba, Stadium Mzimba in Mzimba is under construction. Zomba is at 90%. We have Manza, we have Msundwe, we have Aquatic Stadium. So all these contractors, can we do something? I know I can hear background noise. It's not about individuals, it's about the government. Thank you, Your Honor, the Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lilongwe Nyanja. The background noise is not meant for you. You are addressing the chair, so you are safe. And the Honourable Minister has heard your question. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I want to maybe inform the Honourable Member who just raised the question. Actually, we met the contractors for the two stadiums. They were all excited that DBB is back. Because during the 5 years, nothing stopped. And everything stopped completely. You can go and see the two stadiums. Nothing happened. No, I'm talking about the two stadiums that we talk about. Yeah? We are going to manage the project very well. Actually, you have left us with huge bills which are at an appropriate time. No, I just want to explain that. I will give a statement here. Actually, I was asking the Honorable Leader of the House so that people need to know what you have done. Because people are pretending as if you did a good job. I think I'll be coming here to do a ministerial statement. That's what you need. No, the issue here I'm saying was he's worried about through the chair. I want to assure the Honorable Member that one, I think the projects are going to continue and that we're going to manage the contractors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honour Minister. Honour Minister. What has gone out of order, sir?
Chair, is it in order that the Minister of Finance continue to promise this House a ministerial settlement, and now he has committed another progress report of what MCP did for 5 years? Can we have a commitment tomorrow or Wednesday? Can we have this ministerial settlement for the minister? Can we have the ministerial settlement? After this budget, can we have the ministerial settlement?
Thank you. At the moment, as you are aware, Honour Member, we are considering the budget, and let's concentrate to the motion on the floor about the budget. And the other issue, Honour Members, can we avoid asking the Honourable Minister off microphones? It's not honourable for us, while the Honourable Minister is responding to a specific question, and off microphone, we continue to ask him more questions. Can we allow him to respond to those questions? I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 10,421,406,144 on vote 180, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, be revised to 11,946,801,332 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 190. Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development. Honour Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 667 billion 750 million 223,814 on vote 190, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, be revised to 902 billion 804 million 485,526 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the Honourable Member from Zimba South.
Yeah, Chairperson, I just want to find out from the Minister of Finance, this agriculture budget has been increased by 50% from 667 to 902. I want to find out specific items which have been increased. My interest was in FISIP. Right now, the people of Zimba South have not yet started accessing cheap fertilizer. So as we are closing on Friday, people of TM Zuguzugu, TM Zugola are very much interested to know when they can have their fertilizer. Thank you.
The Zagasina.
Thank you so much, Chair. Page 53 on this very important vote rather. This is a very important vote. I know there was an explanation in the ministerial statement which the minister was making that there have been an increase on the FISIP budget. Mine is a concern. I had asked during the contribution that if the Minister of Agriculture at the right time share the distribution list of FISIP per ADD of a district, so that we know, because people of the casino, as we were talking, as we were increasing this vote under FISIP, no single bag has been provided in the Zagasina, under Gapuga EPA, even in TPA EPA. So I would like assurance from the Minister of Finance that when we approve these figures, people of the Zagasina will start accessing fertilizer.
Thank you. Honour Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. To answer the question from the honourable member from Zimba South, he wanted to know specifically where the addition on RRT, specifically the 149 billion, almost 150 billion. This is to do with the increase of the number of beneficiaries, because initially, I think the budget that you passed, the provision that we were going to provide to only 518,000 beneficiaries. But the DPP government has increased that under FISIP to 1,100,000. Hence that increase. In addition to that, we're also allocating resources specifically to the purchase of maize. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Therefore, put a question that the approved provision of 667 billion 750 223 814 on vote 190, Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development be revised to 902 billion 804 485 52526 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Vote 210. Minister of Water and Sanitation. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 281 billion 755 million 67,967 on vote 210, Minister of Water and Sanitation be revised to 100 billion 46,339,197 and start part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question. Please switch off your microphone first. I'll see you. I always see those that are rising. Can I recognize the honourable member for Karonga Town, honourable member for Mchinji Kapiri, the honourable member for Deza Kasina. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Considering the importance of this ministry with regards to supply of clean water and also sanitation, maybe just to find out from the Minister of Finance, we see a huge reduction here, over 50%, almost 181 billion reduced from this ministry. What has happened? And if you look at the second column, budget for the second half, I don't know whether it's a mistake. There's only one. I don't know what it means by just indicating one. So the ministry is important, and we are seeing a very huge reduction. Perhaps the minister may have an explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Switch off your microphone, please. The honourable member for Mchinji Northeast, before you. The honourable member for Karonga, please switch off your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Honourable member from Mchinji Northeast, please.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, the question is the same. The observation is that there's huge decrease in this vote, but you can appreciate the fact that people continue to drink from unsafe water sources. Where dogs are drinking, people are going the same direction. But the expectation was that the vote should have increased so that the Ministry of Water and Sanitation should be able to provide clean water, piped water in major training centers and other areas in Malawi. We would like to find out from the Ministry of Finance why this huge decrease in this vote. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. There's Akasina.
Chair, I will not labor myself to go what my honorable colleagues have said, but what I noted is they said decrease. There's a huge decrease of 173 billion from donor-funded projects. So I wanted to find out why. Is it a sign of donor confidence? Because 173 billion, a donor say, if you hold my money, if you're drawing. Now, that aside, even as those locally funded projects, we have reduced the vote with 6.7 billion. So the concerns are what the honorable colleagues have said, but I would like to understand the 173 billion, which was a donor-funded project, what has necessitated this withdrawal of a donor funds to this critical ministry during the DPP government?
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I want to draw your attention to the way the honourable member for Desakasina is referencing to the booklet that we have. Those that are asking questions, can we draw from his type of asking, where we actually looking at the specific line and figures that have increased or reduced, despite the honourable member rising several times, because the only person that is allowed to rise several times here is the honourable, distinguished honourable Minister of Finance, because he's responding to all the questions. But today you seem to be competing with him, but your level of asking the questions has to be applauded by the chair seated here. Honourable member for, were you rising or should I give it to the minister? Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to find out from the Minister of Finance, what has actually motivated the ministry not to combine the other ministries, like the ministerial positions have been allocated. When you look at the Ministry of Education, that's the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and there's higher education. All those have been allocated votes. When you check on the natural resources and energy, you will also realize that every ministry that has been combined, even the case of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water Development, and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, you find that all those have been given allocations. What has motivated the ministry, instead of even combining, but you find that these, which are falling under now the departments of a given ministry, they have been allocated a specific vote. What actually motivated this development? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairperson, allow me, because the questions are related, I want maybe to answer the question by giving details for that particular vote. In that vote, Minister of Water and Sanitation, there is a reduction of almost 923. These are personal emoluments. There has also been a reduction in other recurrent, 346, almost 346 on recurrent. There has also been a reduction in donor-funded projects by 173 billion, as well indicated, and also locally funded 6.7 billion. The reason is that the Ministry of Water and Irrigation is now part of Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development. So all the resources in that ministry have moved to the agriculture, the one that you are referring to, where you are asking the too much increase. So that has moved to it's now called the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development. So those figures that's a reduction, the amounts have gone to the new ministry, which is now the Ministry of Agriculture, is Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development. That's what has happened. That's why you have seen those reductions. I hope that answers. With regard to the decision whether to merge or whatever, I'm sure you're aware that the prerogative to do that is not that of the Minister of Finance. I'm sure you know better, Honourable Minister. honorable colleague from Lilongwe. That Lilongwe
Lilongwe Nyanja.
So it's not, it's not my prerogative. Thank you.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 281,755,068,967 on vote 210, Ministry of Water and Sanitation, be revised to 100 billion 046,339,197 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 240, Office of the Vice President. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 8,175,906,904 on vote 240, Office of the Vice President, be revised to 11,556,983,787 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
Honourable Member for Karonga Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing the people from Karonga Town. If I look through this document, I don't see the office of the Vice President. Maybe I wish to be schooled here. How will that office be financed? The second Vice President, yes. I can't see any vote with regards to that office. Maybe the Minister of Finance may have put the funding elsewhere, if he may maybe enlighten the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put the question.
Chair.
Oh,
Chair.
sorry. Minister of Finance.
Chair.
Where is that?
There's a Mayan.
There's Mayani. So for replacing there's a Kasina.
Yes.
Thank you for coming in.
Mr. Chairperson, I just wanted to get an assurance from the Minister of Finance in terms of where the DODIMA funds are, knowing that the Vice President has been given the responsibility to look at the disasters. So I just wanted to get an assurance from the Minister of Finance if this amount is the same one to save with the DODIMA bill, understanding that in the previous assignments, it was coming from unforeseen circumstances, that miscellaneous provision somewhere. But looking at the disasters this time, I just wanted to get a clear assurance from the Minister of Finance where the disasters provision is. If it's not in the Vice President, where is that
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, can I remind that we go to the question, not explaining the question, because the question should be straightforward to the figures. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think a question from Karonga Town, where you are asking where is the allocation for the second vice. I want to assure the honourable member that indeed we have the resources available. I know there is a vote. I need to be guided by the officials at the back, but I know there. As we speak now, resources to that office are still being provided because they are in the presidency. The presidency. under OPC, Office of the President and Cabinet. As you are aware, it's a new position that has been created. There will be a specific allocation to the Office of the President to cater for the second Vice President office. Until this Parliament creates another vote, there's also a process of creating a vote, and that will be done. The issue of Dodima, I also want to confirm that all the resources going to Dodima, they are under the office of the President of the Cabinet. They are not going to the office of the Vice President, because the Vice President has just been given the responsibility to oversee Dodima. It has not changed the department. So it is still under OPC, but to be supervised or be monitored by the Vice President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll recognize the point of order first.
Mr. Chairperson, I want the Finance Ministry to come out very clear on the second.
Can we start by, is it in order?
Is it in order, Mr. Chairperson, that the Minister of Finance can tell this House that it takes more than a month to create a vote for a specific ministry? But what I know is that immediately a ministry is the...
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. I think you know the rules of the game. You could have just reason to ask a question. You would have just reason to ask a question. The Honourable Minister is here, and you look the way he's looking, very energetic. I think he's ready to respond to all these votes. So, that's more than energetic. The Honourable Member, I'll start from Deza Kasina, then I'll go to Mzimba South.
Thank you so much, Chair. When my honorable brother, the Zamayan, asked a question, I was at peace because I thought the minister is going to respond to it. So the way he has responded it has necessitated me to ask a question. Under this vote, page 54, there is an increase of 2 on ORT, 2,982 million ORT only, just for the office of a vice president. Now that you have said the Dodima works and everything, the vote is still under OPC. The Zagasian would like to understand why the increase of 2.9 billion when she can also draw the same funds under Dodima and OPC. Or at OPC should be just performing the duties for Dodima, but everything to do with ORT should be drawn to this vote. That's why you have increased 2.9 billion. I'd like to understand, free chair.
Thank you. Mzimba South.
Chairperson, just to add on my colleague and also Mayan, what I know that all disaster-related issues, they come under contingency. And contingency has got a specific percentage of the budget. I want to find out from the minister why he's saying that disaster now is under OPC when the president declared himself that disaster is now under the ministry of the office of the vice president. Secondly, Mr. Chairperson, through you, immediately a ministry is declared, a vote is declared within a month. Can the Minister of Finance come out very, very clear and very openly why the second vice president of this country, Honorable Chana, is not in this budget? And if he is in this budget, can he clearly tell us to say from OPC he's allocated 4 billion or he's allocated more, because it's a standalone ministry or department, we can say so.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether colleagues in this House are aware that it's not the first time we have had a second vice president. We had also a second vice president. The way we handle it now is the same way it was handled before. What I'm saying is, the resources are available in OPC. In terms of specifics, in fact, I'm told here that we have allocated a total of 2.9 billion. I'm talking about OPC.
Honourable Member for Lilongwe Nyanja, you cannot transact business in the House with the Honourable Minister of Finance the way you're doing. Let's allow the Honourable Minister to respond.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm the Honourable Members. Should there be more details? As I've said, I think, Chair, maybe you need to guide this office. I've said this a couple of times. I also want to come back to what I said earlier, that in mid-term, we don't provide, some documents are not provided. There will be a document that will be provided to this August House. You know it. Document number 5, where all those details will have. I'm saying I'll come back to this August House in March to provide that. But I wanted to assure you that our second Vice President is well covered, and he will do his job without any interruptions because the resources will be available. I just wanted to assure you that. Secondly, Mr. Chairperson, I think there's an issue about Dodima. I think you need to understand Dodima is a department.
Order, Honourable Members, order.
What I was saying is Dodima. I need to be protected.
Honourable Members, let's listen to the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Honourable Chair, I think I wanted I wanted the Honourable Member to know that Dodima is a department with staff, with operational costs that they normally spend with or without a disaster. You get it? But what is provided for as a contingent is when we have a disaster, when you have, let's say, COVID, when you have, like we had cholera, that's where you draw resources from the unforeseen. You understand that? But the department alone has staff to operate. You understand that? Yeah. But when indeed there's need to draw funds from unforeseen, when an event that is unforeseen, like we had the cyclone, we had I remember we had the cholera, we had the COVID. That's where you draw now resources from unforeseen account. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 8,175,996,904 on vote 240, Office of the Vice President, be revised to 11,556,983,787 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Continue with vote 250, Minister of Education, Science and Technology. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 301,171,689,116 on vote 250, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, be revised to 353,636,993,535 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move.
I therefore put a question. There's a Gasina before the question.
Thank you so much, Chair. Page 55, personal enrollments. There's a significant increase from 120 billion, 21 million, 135,412. It's now getting to 143 million, 143 billion rather. So there's an increase of 23 billion, 30 million, 357,308. I wanted to understand this increment because I've noted, Chair, going forward, even on the vote 251, there's no increment on personal enrollment because the ministers have been joined. So is it because of the joinment, the rejoining of the combination of these two ministries, or because of the CEOs who are being sent to lecture in these universities? So that's the changes of this personal enrollment, because I know CEOs who have been sent.
Thank you.
No, Chair, I have a second question. The second question is on the donor-funded project. I should commend, I think we still have donors who have confidence for DPP, because under donor project, there's an increase of 15 billion under donor-funded project. But my worry now is on the locally funded projects, because instead of doing what the donors are doing, increasing, we are now reducing. Instead, because under locally funded projects, we had 20 billion, 150 million, but now it has been revised with downward with 7 billion. I would want to understand from the Minister of Finance the revision of these figures under locally funded. Is it going to have an impact on the donors? Because some projects will need government commitment to also make its commitment. Now, the donors are increasing, but we as locals, we are reducing it.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think I will answer by giving details of this particular account, vote. There is an increase on the personal emoluments amounting to 23 billion, 30,357,308. This is as a result of the recruitment that has happened. And teachers were recruited, and also there were some promotions. And I think I mentioned in my winding up statement. Secondly, there's also an increase on other recurrent. This is to do with the additional resources for free secondary school education starting in January 2026. Now, I think on the donor-funded projects, I think there's been an increase of 15 billion, 443, 975, and 87. This is to do with the additional resources or disbursement of resources on projects financed by development partners, equity for quality, and learning of secondary school education. That's why you have that annual disbursement that were made by the donors. And secondly, on locally funded projects, there is a reduction of almost 7 billion. The reduction on this particular line is as a result of slow absorption by mid-year. That is that September? Slow absorption of resources by the previous administration. That's why I think we did not utilize all the amounts, but I want to assure this August House that the second half we'll make sure that we catch up and make sure that those resources are recouped, and then you will see an increase in that particular section. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why are you raising, sir?
Chair, it's a supplementary building on his response on the free secondary education. I want to understand how this now works, because previous budgets were only under this vote. It was only those conventional secondary schools which were getting direct funding under this vote. And under local government, you also mentioned about free education. So this figure now, is it now cutting across or including the community secondary schools, or it's only or still under only the conventional secondary schools?
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
I think this one, I think as per my earlier explanation, the resources, additional resources are for free secondary school education. And maybe to provide more information with regard to, I think, the locally funded. I think where we did not perform is the construction of 100 girls' hostels in communities, in community-day secondary schools, and also construction of science laboratories and libraries. That's why we did not do very well. And also, we had, I think, a project where I think it was to do with, what do you call it? I think it was like, is it modern? Well, I can't remember the naming of it. Unfortunately, it was only done in one particular constituency, and the rest was ignored. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put the question that the approved provisions of 301,171,689,116 on vote 250, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, be revised to 350,636,993,535 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 251, Ministry of Higher Education. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 78,636,661,546 on vote 251, Minister of Higher Education, be revised to 10,132,201,545 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question, Karonga Town and Blantyre Zingwangwa, Sochi Zingwangwa. You have the floor. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I note that the Minister of Higher Education is no longer there with the setup of the ministries as at now. And that's why you look at the personal emoluments. I presume that they have been moved up to vote 250. I was expecting ORT as well to move up to 200 to vote 250 because it's hanging here. Who is going to use that money? It took 10 billion, which is hanging under this ministry, which is non-existent as at now. So I was thinking that perhaps the 10 billion could have been moved to vote 250, where maybe the personal emoluments have also been moved. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Sochi Zingwangwa.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm looking at the Minister of Higher Education, and then I'm also looking at how critical the ministry is. A lot of young people are going through challenges in universities. So I would love to learn the decrease on the total recurrent. I don't understand it. Maybe an explanation from the minister. There's a decrease by 7.4 billion, even on total capital, from 61 billion to 47. So I just need an explanation from the minister, considering this is a critical ministry for our young people in colleges. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Answering the question from Karonga Town and also Honorable Member from Sochi, Zingwangwa, I would like to say that if you look at the vote, I think all the entire amount for personal emoluments has been moved to the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. We no longer have higher education. Similarly, we have also removed, I think we have only removed the 483,884. That amount has been moved also to Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. What you see, the 10 billion is the amount that has already been spent, because this is mid-year. The money has already been spent, but it will be regularized at the end of the financial year. So that money, the 10, what you see here, there's no ministry, but there's been, so you can't remove what has already been spent. It has to be there. It will be, I think it will move out in the subsequent fiscal year. I don't know whether that answers the question. Now, I think the question, I think the honorable member from Sochi, Zingwangwa, I think that answers you. It's not like we have ignored, but because the ministry doesn't exist, it has moved to the other ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 78,636,661,546 on vote 251, Ministry of Higher Education, be revised to 10,132,211,545 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Vote 260. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 105,807,913,902 on vote 260, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, be revised to 105,714,795,324 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I put a question that the provision of 105,807,913,982 on vote 260, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation be revised to 105,314,795,324 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 270. Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 95,875,428,296 on vote 270, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, be revised to
1,500,000,800. Why are you raising?
To contribute, Chair.
Floor.
Chair, referring to documents, the same document, page 57. it's under projects part 1. There's a significant revision of the figures upward with 59 billion, 602 million, 887,651, which has necessitated it to go to 130 billion, 795 million, 389, 706. Of course, there's also a commitment, I think so, from the locally funded projects, part 2, where it has been revised to with 1.5 billion. Now it's at 2.5 billion. But now people of the Zagasin want to understand this project, which is happening under in this ministry, that has necessitated the change, the increase with close to 61 billion, 457 million, 505,047 Malawi kwacha. Is it because the renaming, where now decentralization has been added to that ministry, or what is it that is happening in this ministry? I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. To answer the question from, I think there's, is it Casina? I think the increase in that vote 270, is as a result of additional resources for maize purchases, which I mentioned above. And also there's an increase of 1.5 billion. This is additional funds for the counterpart funding. When donors have demanded that to also contribute. So there's 1.5 billion. This is a project on a regional climate resilience program. So we had also put resources there as part of our counterfund fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put a question.
Chair, building on from the Minister of Finance, who is very energetic, as you said, energetic and responsive. It's sad that the guys from that side are not, colleagues are not clapping hands for him. But I want to understand.
Honourable Member,
Chair.
There are no guys in the House.
Colleagues, I've said honourables from that side.
You could have said it better. All right,
Chair. But now, my question is, this amount, he says, is to also maize purchase. I don't know why the Minister of Finance is the one purchasing maize when we have an able Minister of Agriculture who can do this under the Minister of Agriculture. But we are taking the maize money to the Minister of Finance to purchase maize, not the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I think, as I said, Chair, I think some of the details will be provided when I'm presenting this August House. The supplementary appropriation, yeah.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 95 billion 875 million 428,296 on vote 270, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, be revised to 157 billion 332 million 933,343 kwacha and stand part of the revised current and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 271, Accountant General's Department. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 31 billion 453 1,329,886. On vote 271, Accountant General's Department be revised to 40,749,908,458 and stand part of the revised recurrent and environmental estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the honourable member for Mulanje West and the honourable member for Deza Kasina. You are appearing several times in the Hansard this afternoon, Deza Kasina. West, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable Chairperson. On the budget line of the Accountant General, is it enough? Can we add it? Because as the rightly said, that we have a number of arrears from 2023, whereby some of the civil servants were not even paid of their pension, which added up to 200 billion. So 40 billion is not enough to pay off some of these who are just coming to us looking for support. So we wanted to ask the Minister of Finance if he can top up and get rid of all those challenges which you've encountered. Thanks so much, Honourable Chairperson.
There's Kasina.
It's just an extension of what Mulanje West has asked. If you go to that page, Chair, page 56, in fact, page 57, Chair, on ORT, there's an increase of 8,844 million. I'm not so sure if this is enough, as Mulanje West has said, but also looking at a number of backlogs which they have to clear to pay pensions and the deaf gratuities and everything. I remember last time the current Minister of Gender had to go and hold a vigil with a certain lady there. We don't need a lot of people to go and have vigil there. Is this money enough to necessitate? But also this office sometimes is very slow to process payments, including those critical departments and arm of government. The Accountant General is very slow to process. With this ORT money, is it enough that they will be now able to fast-track processing of payments for critical arm of governments, critical ministries, and critical departments? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. We underline the word critical. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Let me start by answering the question from the honourable member from Mulanje West, the 8 billion. Actually, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that this 8.8 billion is as a result of the subsidy we have given to MPs for your loans to the banks. So this is the cost associated with members of parliament, the 8. I don't know whether you need further clarification on the same. With regard to the question you have raised about pensions and gratuities, I think I wanted to say that on the issue of pension, it is something that I'm passionate about because I'm worried if a number of people that have stayed for years without being paid their pensions and gratuities. I'm pleased to report, as I mentioned in my winding up statement, that we have provided for 196 billion for pensions and gratuities. And this is on vote 020. We don't discuss it here, it's on the vote, because it is statutory in nature. We don't discuss. If you check, I think your vote is 020. So it's provided for, but it's not discussed because it's mandatory. But I want to assure that this 196 billion, we want to clear off all the pensions. And we want to do it, we will start with the first in, first out. Is it FIFO? First in, first out. Those that retired first are the ones to be cleared, and then we move on to the subsequent years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 31,453,329,866 on vote 271 Accountant General's Department be revised to 40,749,908,458 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. We go to vote 273, Malawi Revenue Authority. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 129,209,867 on vote 273 Malawi Revenue Authority be maintained at 129,692,209,867 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimate.
I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 129,692,209,867 kwacha on vote 273 Malawi Revenue Authority be maintained at 129,692,209,867 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed.
Chair, I wanted to ask a question, sorry, on the maintenance of...
Honourable member, Honourable member, when you rise, can you rise to say...
You were too fast on that one, Chair,
I want to guide you, Honourable member.
Okay.
You are not being stopped to rise in this house. But there is a way of rising. That's why we attended that orientation. You can rise and say point of order. And I give you the floor. You say, and you quote the standing orders, what you want to say, and you'll be given that floor. And we are in a process of learning how to use our own standing orders. I'll give you, do you have a point of order, Honourable member? Please rise, you have the floor.
We are learning, of course. And every day I'm at the point where I'm learning. And I'm flexible, in fact. Through you, Chair.
Longwe, Area 23, please order.
I've seen that they have maintained the budget for Malawi Revenue Authority.
Honourable member, thank you very much. When the hammer has fallen, it's like at an auction floors. You cannot negotiate the price after the fall of the hammer. You cannot negotiate on this vote because the hammer has already fallen. Maybe you did not hear it properly. That's the hammer. Honourable member, be attentive to the next one. Vote 274, Road Fund Administration. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 261,739,319,580 on vote 274, Road Fund Administration be revised to 227,958,901,053 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I recognize Honourable Member for Desakasina and Honourable Member for Karonga Town. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. The budget document, page 58, on the ORT in brackets, roads maintenance. there's a number of roads which needs to be maintained in this country, including those from the Zagasina, even our city roads. But I've seen that the ministry has revised downward with 14 billion on the roads maintenance. So I want to understand which roads and why, instead of increasing the roads maintenance fund, the funds are going down with 14 billion, 258 million, 913,134. I submit, Chair.
Thank you.
Honour Minister, before you, the Honour Member for Karonga Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had a similar observation, bearing in mind
Thank you, sir.
the Chiweta-Karonga Road, which is in very bad shape. So why the reduction? Thank you.
Thank you. Honour Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think I want to register, should I say concern. The reason why today we're talking about a reduction of 14 billion on this particular vote is because of the way we manage the fuel pricing. If there's an area that the previous administration failed us, is the pricing of fuel. Because the pricing was not right, we are not getting fuel road levy. I'm sure you're aware. Because in the pricing build-up of fuel, you have Maripu levy, road levy, and all other levies. And because, I'm sure you know better than I do, because you never, the pricing did not reflect the fundamentals, that's why there was no road levy. This is that's why today we are talking about a reduction. Otherwise, it should have been an increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put the question that the approved provisions of 269,739,319,580 on vote 274 Road Fund Administration be revised to 287,958,901,053 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 275, subvented organizations. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 390 billion, 854 million, 602,389 on vote 275, subvented organization be revised to 425 billion, 239 million, 790,221 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. If no one wishes to speak, I see there's a Zagasina rising. Yeah, you have the floor. And the Karonga Town, you have the floor too.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions under this vote, which is splitting from page 58, 59 up to 60. But I'll start under page 58 to 59, where there are our public universities. There's only an increase, rather, to Malawi National Examination Board of 11.3 billion kwacha. So I don't want to understand, I don't want to guess whether this is for free exams or IDs, because as we are talking now, students are paying for the exams, for registrations, ID rather. And also, referring to this document and to the promises which the current regime made that there will be free meals in our public universities. I'm not seeing any increase into our public universities. The last one, Chair.
Thank you.
The last question.
I gave you an opportunity for 2 questions.
Okay.
And your second question, Honourable Member,
All right, thank you.
is not anywhere in this booklet. So it will be to the minister's discretion. As you have said, he is your uncle. He will consider responding to that one. Honourable Karonga Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just one observation. Perhaps it's high time that we considered the viability of these subvented organizations. I have in mind the Cotton Council. I think the activities for the Cotton Council can be easily absorbed within the Ministry of Agriculture mainstream. So far, we don't have enough cotton, and the mandate was given to Cotton Council to improve the production, the production of cotton, but nothing is actually being achieved. So we can save some money if we look at the viability of some of these subvented organizations, such as the cannabis also. We don't see much from that regulatory authority. The second one is on...
Honourable Kasungu, Honourable Karonga Town. Please resume your seat.
Okay.
When you rise, can you refer to the page? For example, we are starting from page 59, and then starting from page 58, 59, 60, 61, they're all subvented organizations. So what I'm looking from you is to tally figures. Base your questions on some figures so the Honourable Minister can be following.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not the works of the Cotton Council. That's not what we are doing right now.
Okay, the second question, Mr. Chairman, is on the higher education student loans. I was expecting maybe an additional, an increase on that budget line, considering the pressure that we are getting as the MPs in the constituencies, where a lot of students are asking for school fees in the higher education centers. So it's maintained, so I thought maybe the minister could consider an increase on that budget line. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I think on this particular voting, there's a question from there's Kasina and also Karonga Town. I think basically, the first question was to do with the recurrent, the 11 billion. Again, as we have rightly said, is to do with Manebo, examination fees, particularly for the last, from January going forward. So, but for this provision is only for last quarter of this fiscal year. With regard to Manebo as well, 11 billion 300 is also to do with free primary and secondary school examination. I think that's that. With regard to the question that the honourable member from Karonga Town has asked, I think as of now, I think we are still using the resources that have been there already. For the subsequent semesters or year, starting from April going forward, they will be catered in the 2026-2027 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 390 billion 854 million 602 million, no, 602,389 on vote 275 subvented organizations be revised to 425 billion 239 million 790 221 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Vote 276, National Statistical Office. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 7,105,838,413 on vote 276 National Statistical Office be revised to 7,560,082,948 stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 7,105,838,413 on vote 276 National Statistical Office be revised to 7,560,082,948 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 277, National Planning Commission. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 2,005,353,317 on vote 277 National Planning Commission be revised to 1,954,789,285 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I now put a question that the approved provisions of 2,005,353,317 on vote 277 National Planning Commission be revised to 1,954,789,285 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 278, unforeseen expenditure. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 3 billion on vote 278 unforeseen expenditure be revised to 2,955,900,000 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, the honourable member for this Casina, you have the floor, sir.
Chair, when I wanted to speak on this vote, I had one question, but now I have two, because if you go, Chair, on the document you have, page 63, the reverse figure is 3 billion on that document which you have, but I think the one which the figure the Honourable Minister says is 2.9 something. It's not 3 billion. So I don't know which one should we take. Nonetheless, my question still stands. Looking at the President has declared a state of disaster, and the unforeseen is where we don't demand others comes in. Isn't it the time? Is this enough? Are we not supposed to increase this vote to cater for all districts and all those people who are eating madea, who are eating mango, who are eating shitedze? I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much. Indeed, what was initially approved was 3 billion. But you may recall that I think we had an accident in South Africa, and we had to repatriate the bodies back to Malawi. So we spent 44 million, 44.1 that we are saying there. That's why there's a reduction there. It's because of that. But in terms of the figure, I think the figure that you should take is the one that is appearing in this particular document on vote by vote. The 2 billion 950 or something. That's the correct figure that you take. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put a question that the approved provisions of 3 billion on vote 278 and foreseen expenditure be revised to 2 billion 955 million 900 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 279, Financial Intelligence Authority. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 2,341,849,357 on vote 279 Financial Intelligence Authority be revised to 2,413,399,513 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I now put the question that the approved provisions of 2,341,849,357 on vote 279 Financial Intelligence Authority be revised to 2,413,399,513 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 310, Minister of Health and Sanitation. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 396 billion 56 million 981,822 on vote 310, Minister of Health and Sanitation, be revised to 458 billion 714 million 649,666 and stand part of the revised recurrent and environment estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provisions of 396 billion 56 million 981,822 on vote 310, Minister of Health and Sanitation, be revised to 458 billion 714 million 649,666 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. I encourage honourable members that wants to speak to rise immediately after the minister. I look around and then I start to read. So if I miss you, please, next vote, rise as quick as you can. Thank you. Vote 320. Minister of Gender, Children, Disability, and Social Welfare. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 669,677,108,081 on vote 320, Minister of Gender, Children, Disability and Social Welfare be revised to 58,153,904,981 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
Those, I see the honorable member for Deza Casino.
Thank you so much, Chair. Budget document, page number 64, Chair. Going through the votes, you will note that this is one of the, in fact, we are within the 16 days of gender-based activism. So as a he for she champion, I'm very worried and concerned that this being a critical ministry, we have 430 million, which is being taken out under this vote. And also, Chair, there's also 11 billion, 999 million, which has been revised downwards under donor-funded projects. So I don't know, is this with social cash transfer or what? Because the vote is going down within the 16 days gender activism. And me, I'm a champion of he for she. Mulanje West is my witness because she was in my constituency when she was a minister, give me the ambassadorship as a he for she champion. So I'm really worried. I'm really worried.
Thank you. He and she activist. Thank you very much, sir. But the insinuation, did you say the former Right Honorable Speaker gave you a medal for being a he and she champion? Is that what you have just said?
Yes, I have it. And the then Minister of Gender, he for she, not Angie, and is for Lilongwe Nyanja. Lilongwe Nyanja is he and she.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was taking clarification. The chair was getting worried when you started to mention people that they seem to be smiling at your insinuations. They might have given that certificate, but we'll look into it. The new speakership will look into it and possibly withdrawing that certificate and give it to someone. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it is a concern, even to the new administration, why we lost money in this project, which is called Investing in the Early Years for Growth and Productivity program. We lost money because of the previous administration. Similarly, we also lost money. We also lost money on the construction of library and lecture theater at Magomero. Again, because of poor management of projects. So I think that's the reason, honorable member from Deza Masina. It's a concern indeed. Because I'm reporting what happened in the past 6 months. This is a report for what has happened in the previous 6 months. I think maybe I need to remind you because maybe you are forgetting. What I'm reporting here is for this is what happened during the MCB administration. That's what I'm reporting now. Thank you very much.
Is that a question or a point of order? Nyanja, Lilongwe Nyanja, and then there's a... Yeah, Chair, I'll give you, sir. I'll give you, don't worry.
Chair, the Honourable Minister.
Champion.
The able Honorable Minister of Finance has just highlighted that we've lost money in the last 6 months. I'd like to play that we should not keep on talking about these things. Can we have people arrested? Those who mismanaged funds in their individual capacity, they must be arrested and charged, taken through the proper court of law. Because this country doesn't belong to us politicians. We owe this to the citizens of this great nation. So it doesn't matter who misbehaved, those people, for Christ's sake, they must face the law, and we must move the country forward. Not these mayor talks. Honorable Minister of Finance, can you bring to book those officials? Let them face it, because we politicians, when we misbehave, every 5 years we are changed. Do not
Thank you.
Cover them, please.
Thank you.
Chair.
I'm a public accounts committee chair, so you are at peace. Relax. Chill.
Honorable members, actually I did not interrupt the honorable member because I was advised by the table clerks that he is indeed the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee of this House. So you are safe, sir, to make such an insinuation. You are very safe. You are very safe. Honorable member for Deza Kasina.
Chair, I think mine is not very far from what my brother from Longenyanja saying. So many responses we are getting in different votes. The money which is getting lost because we failed to utilize them, or we have failed to manage them, and the donor is withdrawing. When he's a politician, we know what happens. But these are the civil servants, and they're still in the offices. You can say it's MCP, what. 23rd, it's MCP coming back in power. They will follow you. Now, for you to properly at least run this gun for the next 5 years, these officers who are failing, who are running this project, they're still in offices, and they're still doing their jobs. The money, we are saying they have been lost. So my concern is the same with Longenyanja. Can the ministry, responsible ministers, do something to these officers who are managing these resources that we have failed to utilize?
Thank you.
And my uncle from Homeland is here, sitting there. He can come in. Come.
He doesn't need to come in. We are in the committee of supply. Honour Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important that I respond to the observations made by Lilongwe Nyanja and also there's Kasina. I 100% agree with you. And I hope, indeed, your colleagues agree with you, because I'm sure as you are speaking, your friends, BP Gugwera. I don't know whether you know what I'm talking about. I'm saying this, I want to agree with you because I'm saying this, indeed what you are saying is true.
Hold on, members, let's listen.
Yeah, I wanted to say that what you are saying is indeed true, because we have lost a lot of money, which you know better. Mega farms, NIF, Green Belt, what's it called? Mike, Loans Board, and all the records are there. In fact, I expected that you ask a question on the Financial Intelligence Authority, because they have tracked, they have checked movement of funds from account to account in the banks. That's why I've said it will be a pleasure for me to provide that report to this August House, so that you as a chair of public accounts, you need to do the needful and prove to the Malawian that you mean what you are saying today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore, no. Thank you very much. Let's continue. We moved from the Committee of Supply to something else. Honour members, I now put the question that the approved provisions of 69,677,000,000 198081, on vote 320, Minister of Gender, Children, Disability and Social Welfare be revised to 58,153,904,981 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 330. Minister of Information and Communication Technology. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 28,469,979,742 on vote 330, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, be approved to 46,391,062,874 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I see the honourable member for Lilongwe, no, there's a casino.
Thank you, Chair.
And the honourable member behind you, what constituency is that? Are you rising or discussing some business? How do you turn this house into a business transaction? Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, page 65, Chair, on donor-funded project part 1, there is an increase, proposed adjustment of 16 billion, 166 million, 75,226. And then also 1.5 billion under locally funded projects, which is totaling to 18 billion, 201,480,764. I want to know if there's a specific project which the ministry are doing. Are they constructing new towers? Or because this is the government which introduced spy machine, are they buying another machine?
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I think, can I quickly say that the increase in the 16,166 75,226. I think this one is to do with a project called Digital Malawi Acceleration Project. And on the other one is to do with a project, I think we have the NACIT Enhancement Project. That's why you have the 1 billion plus also additional resources for last mile connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 28,469,979,742 on vote 330, Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, be revised to 46,391,062,874 and stand part of the revised current and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 340, Ministry of Homeland Security. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 8,571,397,790 on vote 340, Ministry of Homeland Security, be revised to 10,709,346,828 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provisions of 8,571,397,790 on vote 340, Minister of Homeland Security, be revised to 10,709,346,828 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 341, Malawi Police Service. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 196,921,241,311 on vote 341, Malawi Police Services, be revised to 213,141,326,912 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the honorable people of Kasina constituents. Deza Kasina, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Police is very critical in terms of provision of security as a country. But looking at the personal enrollments on page 65, Chair, there is a proposed adjustment of 21,720 million. It is 4,601. At the same time, I want to understand this increment of 21 billion. Is it to do with promotions? Is it to do with recruitment? Because I know in your statement, budget statement, you said you have suspended the government recruitment. So I don't understand this 21 billion. Is it promotion, or because I know you are trying to bring in new commissioners after firing almost all commissioners? And then on RRT chair as well, we expect police to do their job professionally and properly do their jobs with enough resources. Instead of increasing the resources, Chair, if you check, there is the 5.5 billion reduction of the budget under ORT going to, for police, because it was at 83 billion, but now we are revising it downwards to 77 billion. Almost 5.5 billion we are taking it away from police, the same police which has no enough cars and enough resources, because the Rintipe police is operating without even a computer for them to do things. So I don't understand why.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I would like to maybe to respond to the question raised by the honourable member from Deza Kasina, to say that the increase of the 21 billion is as a result of recruitment that happened in police, the ones that you saw in black, those that were trained at Intakataka, and the same people that were hacking people in town. These are the amounts. Actually, there were 33,000 in total that were being recruited. If you also need a list of the people that were recruited, whose children are they, where they come from, I'll be able to provide that information. Thank you very much.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 196,921,242,311 on vote 341, Malawi Police Service, be revised to 213,141,326,912 kwacha and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 342, Malawi Prisons Service. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 51,241,574,291 on vote 242, Malawi Prison Services, be revised to 55,205,789,360 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question. I see the honorable member for Lilongwe Nyanja constituency.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, the chairperson. I'd like to get comfort from the Minister of Finance that an increase which is here, I should believe that even the pardon committee is going to sit basing on these figures that we have here. Can the Minister of Finance give assurance to the people of this great nation that those who were arrested for killing people with albinism, like those who were even police officers who were charged, are now serving term? This money shall not be used to pardon them because Blair Lule was killed in a police cell. So I just wanted an assurance from the Minister of Finance that those who were involved in killing the people with albinism, they must not see pardon basing on this money. Thank you, Your Honor, the chairperson.
Thank you. The question that has been posed did not contain any figures, and I think you just had to rise for the luxury of the people of Lilongwe Nyanja, for Lilongwe Nyanja, and our in-law to see you. Welcome to Parliament this afternoon, honorable member. We will continue to put the question. I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 51,241,574,291 on vote 342, Malawi Prison Service, be revised to 55,205,789,360 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. We continue, honourable members. If you require to pick up your calls, please do them outside and you come back to join us. We are continuing with vote 343, Immigration Department. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I beg to move that the approved provision of 18,731,747,108 on vote 343 Immigration Department be revised to 19,392,186,750 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that, there's a Gasina.
Thank you, Chair. Page 66 on this vote, ORT, other recurrent transactions. There is a proposed reduction of vote of 800 million kwacha. Now, I would want to understand if this is not going to affect the operation of immigration services in line with the state opening address by His Excellency, where he said they want to start printing of passports in in different districts across the country. Now, instead of increasing the ORT so that so many castles can start the printing of, the regions rather, printing of passports, we are now reducing 800 million on ORT, on immigration. So I want to understand if the reduction of this 800 million under ORT is not going to affect that vision of the president. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question coming from the Zakasina to do with immigration. I think I would like to say that the reduction that we are seeing of the 800 million is a result of the freeze on procurement of motor vehicles and the 30% cut, which is cutting across all the MDAs. And that's the reason. But I want also to confirm to honorable member that the issue to us, issue about passports, actually we have already cleared the backlog. I'm sure the responsible minister will tell you that even now we are printing enough passports to clear the backlog that was there. And also I want to assure you that for us to have offices both in the north, in Mangochi and elsewhere, that will be provided for in our 2026 and 2027 budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 18,735,647,108 on vote 343, Immigration Department, be revised to 19,392,186,750 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, the vote has passed. Vote 344, National Registration Bureau. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I beg to move that the approved provision of 29,990,208,338 on vote 344, National Registration Bureau, be revised to 28,861,943,109 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 29,990,208,338 on vote 344, National Registration Bureau, be revised to 28,861,943,108 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 350, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 5,440,064,216 on vote 350, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, be revised to 5,125,235,507 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates.
I therefore put a question that the approved provision of 5,440,064,206 on vote 350, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, be revised to 5,125,235,507 kwacha and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. I was actually looking at the attentiveness of the House. Vote 351, Directorate of Public Prosecution and State Advocate. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 3 billion 859,597,850 on vote 351, Directorate of Public Prosecution and State Advocate be revised to 3 billion 752,328,355 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
You want to speak? I recognize the honourable member for Deza Kasina.
Chair, I'll refer to page 68 and looking at the importance how this office it is in terms of litigating on behalf of the Malawi government. I'm concerned that the minister has proposed to adjust downward with 211 million kwacha to this important office, where we need to motivate the lawyers under this department, so that when they are litigating on behalf of Malawi government, they are doing a good job. But under ORT, Chair, you can see that there is a reduction of 211 million Malawi kwacha.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Chair, I think maybe for purpose of progress and without preempting the other votes, I wanted to mention that, as I did announce in this August House, that almost all votes, except on exceptional cases, there has been a reduction of the 30% on travel, and also there has been a freeze on procurement of motor vehicles. I just want you to know in advance, well, otherwise I'll be answering the same question through and through. I thought I just want to confirm that. Yeah.
I therefore put the question that the approved provisions of 3,859,597,850 on vote 351, Directorate of Public Prosecution and State Advocate be revised to 3,752,328,355 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimate. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 352. Registrar General's Department. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 3,370,467,226 on vote 352 Registrar General's Department be revised to 3,208,438,025 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 3,750,467,226 on vote 352 Registrar General's Department be revised to 3,208,438,025 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 353. Administrator General's Department. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 2,253,173,886 on vote 353, Administrator General's Department be revised to 2,149,192,280 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 2,253,173,886 on vote 353, Administrator General's Department be revised to 2,149,192,280 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 354, Attorney General's Department. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 964,583,308 on vote 354, Attorney General's Department, be revised to 918,273,281 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 964,583,388 on vote 354, Attorney General's Department, be revised to 918,273,281 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 355. Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 1,401,230,000 on vote 355, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, be revised to 1,286,989,799 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 1,401,230,000 on vote 355, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, be revised to 1,286,989,799 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 360, Ministry of Tourism. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 17,970,983,706 on vote 360, Ministry of Tourism, be revised to 8,458,800,000, 8,458,000,000 810,700 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I now put the question that the approved provisions of 17,970,983,766 on vote 360, Ministry of Tourism, be revised to 8,458,810,700 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 370. Minister of Labor, Skills and Innovation. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 21,878,10,667 on vote 370, Minister of Labor, Skills and Innovation, be revised to 25,467,447,719 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question. I see the honour member for Zingwangwa, Sochi Zingwangwa constituency.
No, Chair, I understand we are tired, but personally I've got an interest in this ministry. This ministry supposedly is there to create jobs, more so for young people. So I would like to learn more from the minister, the revision downwards of about 3.4 billion, just to learn the thinking, the reasoning behind it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, as I said earlier, I think we need to look at this as a budget for the remaining months of this fiscal year, which is, if you take out December because of Christmas, you only have January, February, and March. 1st April, we are starting the new fiscal year. That's where your concerns will be addressed. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question that the approved provisions of 21,878,10,667 on vote 370, Minister of Labor, Skills and Innovation, be revised to 25,367,447,719 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Vote 390. Minister of Industrialization, Business, Trade and Tourism. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the appropriation provision of 14,455,170,336 on vote 390, Ministry of Industrialization, Business, Trade and Tourism, be revised to 21,924,076,467 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I now put the question that the approved provisions of 14,455,172,36 on vote 390, Minister of Industrialization, Business, Trade and tourism be revised to 21,924,076,467 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 400. Minister of Transport and Public Works. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 100 million, 187,069, 100 billion, 107 million, 69,107 on vote 400, Minister of Transport and Public Works, be revised to 86 billion, 917 million, 256,625, and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I see the good people of Karonga Town. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I have an observation on, I'm on page 71, the budget item which leads donor-funded projects, part 1. There's a reduction of almost 27 billion, 26.7 billion on this very important ministry, Minister of Transport and Public Works. Is it maybe lack of donor confidence, or what has happened, Mr. Chairman? Maybe the Minister of Finance can have an explanation on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did I see Lilongwe? No. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. On the Ministry of Transport and Public Works, and the question is why it has come down. I think I see a reduction in personal emoluments of 1.6 billion, and also a reduction in ORT 519. On donor-funded projects, donor-funded projects, I think the reduction, I think of, is an account of reduced inflows from road levy. That's what I'm saying here. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 100 billion, 187 million, 69,107 on vote 400, Minister of Transport and Public Works be revised to 86 billion, 917, 256, 625 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the vote has passed. Vote 420, Roads Authority. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 8 billion on vote 420, Road Authority, be revised to 6 billion, 872 million, 150,203, and stand part of the revised current estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 8 billion on vote 420, Roads Authority be revised to 6,872,150,283 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The bill has passed. Vote 430, Malawi Human Rights Commission. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 3,819,257,253 on vote 430, Malawi Human Rights Commission be revised to 3,786,495,652 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provision of 3,819,257,253 on vote 430, Malawi Human Rights Commission be revised to 3,786,495,652 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 460, Malawi Electoral Commission. Honourable Minister of Finance.
The Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 174,917,670 on vote 460, Malawi Electoral Commission be revised to 226,866,778,592 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provisions of 174,931,917,670 kwacha on vote 460 Malawi Electoral Commission be revised to 226,866,778,592 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 470, Ministry of Natural Resources, Energy and Mining. Honourable Minister of Finance.
I beg to move that the approved provision of 24,809,727,196 on vote 470, Minister of Natural Resources, Energy and Mining, be revised to 62,165,446,804 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 24,809,727,196 on vote 470, Minister of Natural Resources, Energy and Mining, be revised to 62,165,446,804 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 480, Ministry of Mining. Honorable Minister of Finance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I beg to move that the approved provision of 10,860,155 on vote 480, Minister of Mining, be revised to 8,771,215,910 and stand part of the revised recurrent and divided estimates. I beg to move.
I therefore put a question that the approved provision of 24,809,727,196 on vote 470. I'll retake that vote again. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 10,658,360,155 on vote 480, Minister of Mining, be revised to 8,771,215,910 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 490, Ministry of Energy. Honorable Minister of Finance, to move.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the approved provision of 56 billion and 46 million 637,238 on vote 490, Minister of Energy, be revised to 30 billion 727,144,173 and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provision of 56 billion 46 million 637,238 on vote 490, Minister of Energy, be revised to 30 billion 727,144,173 kwacha and stand part of the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 510, Anti-Corruption Bureau. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 10,724,340,784 on vote 510 Anti-Corruption Bureau be revised to 11,271,934,018 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates, recurrent and development estimates. I beg to move.
I see the honourable member for Desakasina.
Chair, if we were serious as a country to fight corruption, this is the bureau, the department which we need to fund more money. Almost each and every department in this afternoon, Chair, is getting its share of increase in terms of ORT. Now, for SCB to properly prosecute cases or do a proper investigations before arrest anyone as a bureau, they need more resources. But Chair, if I take you to page 74 on ORT, there's no any proposed adjustment going to the bureau. We don't want to where the bureau arrest someone and start investigating or failing to prosecute the cases. Why they have not added any more resources to ensure that the bureau clear the backlog of cases which they have? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would want to agree with the honourable member that they indeed need that Anti-Corruption Bureau is well funded and that they execute their responsibilities effectively. And indeed, that's the vision of our President, Professor Zapira Mutharika, that needs to be done. Of course, there's an increase, slight increase in personal emoluments because of, I think, based on the borders on the ground, but the rest have been maintained. But I want to assure the honourable member that in the budget that we're starting to consult, starting from January going forward, we'll make sure that these concerns are addressed and ensure that the Anti-Corruption Bureau is able to do its job. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I therefore put a question that the approved provisions of 10 billion 724,340,784 kwacha on vote 510 Anti-Corruption Bureau be revised. I'm correcting two. Be revised to 11 billion 271 million 924,018 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates and development recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 520. Oh, sorry. Vote 520. Legal Aid Bureau. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 5,606,925,820 on vote 520 Legal Aid Bureau be revised to 6,162,121,497 stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provisions of 5,606,925,820 kwacha on vote 520 Legal Aid Bureau be revised to 6,162,121,497 stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Vote 550. Office of the Ombudsman. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved provision of 5,219,821,369 on vote 550, Office of the Ombudsman, be revised to 5,155,821,364 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, then I put the question that the approved provisions of 5,219,821,364 on vote 550, Office of the Ombudsman, be revised to 5,155,821,364 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The vote has passed. Vote 560. Law Commission. Honorable Minister of Finance, you have the floor to move.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the approved revision of 2,264,084,013 on vote 560 Law Commission be revised to 1,132,594 and stand part of the revised recurrent estimates. I beg to move.
If no one wishes to speak, I put a question that the approved provision of 2,264,084,013 on vote 560 Law Commission be revised to 1,987,132,594 and stand part of the revised current estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried, and the vote has passed. Honourable members, now that we have done all the votes, that the sum of 8,289,239,983 kwacha, 933 kwacha be appropriated to the consolidated recurrent and development accounts for the purpose set out in the revised recurrent and development estimates. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the bill has passed. Honourable members, this marks the end of the committee supply for the midterm budget review. Thank you very much all for participating and staying up to this time. It is the committee of supply has been closed.
Thank you so much, First Deputy Speaker, for chairing the Committee of Supply. Honorable Minister responsible for Finance, would you please report what transpired during the Committee of Supply? Honorable Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Second Deputy Speaker. I beg to report that the the Committee of Supplies passed without any amendments to the votes and the estimates. I beg to move.
And thank you so much. And the Honorable Minister of Finance.
I beg to report. Thank you, Madam Second Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for Finance. You have also to move that the estimates, as agreed by the Committee of the whole House, be adopted.
Thank you, Madam Second Deputy Speaker. Oh, this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the estimates, as agreed to by the committee, be adopted by the House. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, there is a motion. The motion is that the estimates, as agreed by the whole House, be adopted. Those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. And the revised budget has passed. I thank you, honorable members. Honorable Leader of the House, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Second Deputy Speaker. Let me congratulate all members of this August House to have united to pass this medium-term budget. So, colleagues, congratulations. Tomorrow, we will tackle questions, and at a later time, we will discuss one, the supplementary appropriation bill, and then the taxation bills. So let's get ready for that business tomorrow. Otherwise, once again, congratulations, and thank you very, very much. I know that that issue is very important. I had already committed myself after all, so you shouldn't despair. We will discuss the CDF bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Leader of the House. Honorable members, before I adjourn the House, there are two announcements to make. The first one is that I would like to inform the honorable members the presence of visitors from Munkatabe, Mpamba. These are chiefs from Munkatabe, Mpamba. I would like to ask our chiefs from Munkatabe, Mpamba to stand so that your members of parliament should see you. Oh, ziko kwambiri. Zikomo kwambiri. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alendo athu khalani pansi zikomo kwambiri. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that Medical Aid Society of Malawi, MAZIM, will be at Parliament to process user IDs for the period of 2 days from Tuesday, 2nd December 2025 to Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. On both days, MAZIM officials will be stationed at the main lobby of the Parliament building from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Honorable members, please take note that those of you whose user IDs have not yet been processed are kindly requested to make themselves available for this exercise. In addition, those who have dependent registered under MAZIM but do not yet have MAZIM IDs are requested to bring the dependents. Or, yes, you are requested to bring them. Alternatively, if the dependents are not readily available, you may share their IDs, like ID photograph, with the MAZIM officials. Honorable members, we did register with MAZIM, and MAZIM, they do have their own processes and procedures of handling issues, like the way Malawi Parliament is also having its own processes and procedures. I now adjourn the House. Honorable members, I now adjourn the House to Tuesday, 2nd December 2025 at 9:30 a.m. House adjourned.
Well, that's how the House has concluded its business today, Monday, 1st December 2025. A recap of business in the chamber. The House commenced business with the Minister of Finance, Honorable Joseph Mwanamveka MP, wrapping up general debate on the mid-year budget review statement. The House then proceeded into Committee of Supply with the First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Victor Musowa MP, taking the chair. Parliament has approved a total of 62 votes, and the following are some of the votes that have passed without amendments. Vote 050, State Residences. Vote 060, National Audit Office. Vote 070, Office of the Chief Justice. And vote 071, the Supreme Court of Appeal. Parliament has passed a revised budget of 8,589,2 231,939,933 kwacha. Meanwhile, the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Esther Jolobala MP, has adjourned the House to tomorrow, Tuesday, 2nd December 2025 at 9:30 in the morning. My name is Rachel Gonani. Ndi mmenemu momwe zayendera zokambirana za phungu kuno ku Nyumba ya Malamulo lero lolemba pa 1 December 2025. Nduna ya zachuma lero yatseka kuthirapo ndemanga kwa phungu pa lipoti la theka loyamba la chuma cha boma cha 2025-2026 kuti nyumbayi iyambe kuunika magawo a ndalama zomwe zaperekedwa ku maunduna ndi nthambi zosiyanasiyana za boma. Aphungu awunikira ndi kuvomereza ndalama zokwana 8,589,231,939,933 kwacha ku magawo okwana 62 a maunduna ndi nthambi za boma. Pakadali pano achiwiri kwa achiwiri a Speaker olemekezeka a Esther Jolobala MP ayimitsa zokambirana za phungu kufikira mawa lachiwiri pa 2 December 2025 nthawi ya 9:30 mawa. Malo mwanzanga onse kuno ku Parliament Broadcasting, ine Rachel Gonani ndikuthokozeni kuti munali pamenepo kutsatira zokambiranazi. Pitilizani kuonera ma programu otsatira.